All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Happy Thursday. I'll officially call the Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee's public hearing for Thursday, February 22nd, right? To order, 2024 to order. We have 4 items on the agenda today. We will start with item number 3 on the agenda, which is a House resolution for review. It's the appointment of Michael A. Pepper of Madison to be appointed as the member of the Psychiatric Security Review Board. Mr. Pepper? If you can do me a favor and raise your right hand. That's okay. Do you promise, swear, and affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Wonderful. The floor is yours for any opening remarks. Just hit the little button to turn the microphone on.
How's that? Okay, good. Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Duff and Concepcion, Vice Chairman Looney and Godfrey, Ranking Members Yacarino and Kelly, and distinguished members of the Executive Nominations Committee. It is an honor to appear before you today as a nominee for the position of Chair of the Psychiatric Security Review Board. I am grateful for the trust and confidence placed in me by Governor Lamont and others who have considered my qualifications and dedication to the field of mental health and the law. As we all recognize, the responsibilities of the Psychiatric Security Review Board are both delicate and crucial, involving the intersection of mental health and justice. This nomination reflects not only a recognition of my training and experience, but also an acknowledgement of the commitment I bring to the thoughtful, compassionate, and informed decision-making process required by this vital role. Throughout my career, I have been deeply engaged in understanding and addressing the complexities surrounding mental health issues in the criminal justice area. I retired from the New Haven State's Attorney's Office in 2021. Many of the cases I handled there had a mental health component, not only on the part of the accused, but more often than not on the part of the victim, particularly in cases of child sexual abuse. I've handled cases in which an insanity defense was utilized at trial or discussed and considered during the pretrial phase. I, of course, represented the state at board hearings, and I have now chaired the board meetings on an interim basis beginning December 1, 2023. This experience has helped to familiarize me with the mental health diagnoses and the treatment plans offered by Whiting Forensic Hospital. Members of the PSRB have a reputation for working collaboratively, efficiently, and with bow to their diverse backgrounds collegially. I hope to contribute to that collegiality given my prior experience of working effectively within group settings and applying my legal training. Some of my prior experience working in groups include my appointment as a volunteer member of my town's Ethics Commission, in which I worked with other members to establish and draft the commission's policy and procedures and related documents. As the head of the New Haven State's Attorney's Special Crimes Unit when I was there, the unit that was responsible for sexual assault and child abuse crimes, I was an active participant in the bi-monthly Greater New Haven Multidisciplinary Task Force, a statutory created entity that brought together law enforcement, public and private social agencies to team the investigation of child abuse cases, as well as assess and effectuate the best course of action to enhance the physical and mental well-being of the children and families who are the victims of such cases. Recently, my ability to work collaboratively together with my legal training enhanced my ability to analyze and explain to the other board members the impact of the recently enacted Public Act number 22-45 entitled An Act Concerning Connecticut Valley and Forensic Hospitals upon the board's hearing processes. If selected, I intend to work with the other members of the board to incorporate into the board's hearing process the new provisions of the Public Act and accordingly work to revise the board's regulations to reflect the Public Act. Connecticut has a long-standing commitment to fostering a balanced and fair approach to the intersection of mental health and the legal system. If appointed, I am eager to contribute my knowledge, skills, compassion to uphold and further strengthen the principles of justice, rehabilitation, and community safety that the Psychiatric Security Review Board stands for. I'm acutely aware of the profound impact the decisions of this board can have on the lives of individuals and the broader community. If granted the privilege of serving, I pledge to approach each case with diligence empathy and an unwavering commitment to the value that defines the pursuit of justice within the mental health system. Thank you for considering my nomination, and I look forward to the opportunity to contribute to the vital work of the Psychiatric Security Review Board. If appointed, I will strive, and with the many bright and talented sitting board members, to ensure that our collective efforts result in a review system that is fair, compassionate, and promotes the well-being of all individuals within our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pepper. Congratulations on your nomination, and thank you for your willingness to serve in this important role. I know you've just started chairing it just about a month ago or so,
Yes, sir.
maybe 2 months. But how long have you been on the review board?
December 1 was my first hearing. So there were 2 hearings. There's 2 hearings a month. So I
Okay.
had 2 in December, 2 in January, 1 so far, and the number 6 is coming up tomorrow morning at
So you're-
9:15.
All right, so you're very new. Can you just take us through the purpose of the review board? I don't think enough individuals here in the state understand how important the council and the review board is and what you do.
I agree, and I
Yep.
think there's a lot of misconceptions about the board, and you know, the last few weeks have given me an even better perspective. As I said before, I had appeared before the board a few times when I was actually a prosecutor, but the last few weeks has really given me an understanding, and I've taken a deep dive into the statutes that are kind of our not kind of, but are our rules of the road. And I'm not exactly sure where you want me to begin. I could begin at the beginning as a former prosecutor. When somebody is arrested for a serious crime and they have some mental disease or defect, they can use that as an affirmative, what's called an affirmative defense at trial. And if they are successful at convincing a jury or a judge that they had a mental disease or defect at the time of the alleged crime, they are found not guilty by reason of insanity. I don't know if you want me to go start at that. Okay. Because that's really outside the purview of the board. The board is not involved in that at all. Once someone is found not guilty by reason of insanity, the history of the review of the PSRB is that it was, I believe, 84, 85, when it was established, that Connecticut said, well, we have to kind of incorporate that insanity defense into now some kind of rehabilitative post-verdict system. What are we going to do with somebody who's been found not guilty by reason of insanity? So at the time of after the verdict now, the judge, according to our statutes, orders that the defendant who's been found not guilty by reason of insanity is now interviewed and is assessed by psychiatrists and what have you. And a report is then brought back to the court. The court holds a hearing, and both sides are heard. And the court makes a finding at that time as to the mental status of the acquittee. And the statutes give the judge a few options. One is to discharge the acquittee. He or she can walk right out the door. The other is that the judge can find that the acquittee should be placed in the custody of Whiting Forensic Hospital for purposes of treatment. Once, or he or she, the judge, can also order the acquittee to Whiting Forensic Hospital with a recommendation for community release. If the judge does sentence is not the correct word, but issues a term of commitment of the acquittee to the hospital, and that's set by the judge. For instance, let's say the acquittee had been charged with assault 1. It carries a maximum term of 20 years. The judge can then commit the acquittee to a term at Whiting for up to 20 years. So let's say he says, I'm going to sentence you to a commitment at Whiting for 15 years, okay? The equity then comes within the board's jurisdiction. The board gets the case, the board then has an evaluation done of the equity. We have a hearing at the time he or she comes within the jurisdiction of the board. And at that time, the board makes a decision as to where the equity should be placed based on his psychiatric disability. Should he be at Whiting? Should he be discharged? Should he be released to the community on community release? I have not sat on that type of hearing yet, where someone first comes into the jurisdiction of the board. Anyways, once the equities term begins at Whiting, the statutes require that every 6 months that we get an update as to the equities mental health. So we're given a report from the equities caregivers, psychiatrists, psychologists, social workers as to how he or she is doing, what treatments he or she is incorporating into their routine, where they are, what privileges have been granted, what their risk factor is, risk assessment. And we are required every 2 years to have an actual hearing on the status of the equity. The equity can serve out that whole term and then be discharged. The equity during the term of his or her commitment can be granted temporary leaves to go out into the community, whether supervised or unsupervised, but still within the, still a patient at the hospital. The equity can be granted eventually community release, where the equity is now not a patient anymore at the hospital. If they're doing very good, they can now be living out in the community, and there are other service providers in the community that help that equity with medications and keep the board updated on the equity's progress. Eventually, the equity may be a candidate for discharge. The board has no jurisdiction as to discharging an equity. If such an application is made, the board will have a hearing on that. We'll hear from the care providers and then make a recommendation to the court. Then it's in the courts, back in the courts to make a decision about that. So we sometimes look at it at the board as kind of an agent of the court, because the court really is the one who has made the initial determination as to the equity status, whether to assign him to Whiting and to the board, and then makes the eventual decision as to whether to discharge the equity. That was a very long-winded answer to your short question. I apologize.
No, but I certainly appreciate it. And you actually answered a lot of the questions that my follow-up questions with that. So with that, I'll open it up to my colleagues, starting with Chairman Duff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate it. Good morning and congratulations on your nomination.
Thank you.
And thank you for taking on this role. And I think that if, as I think we've said with this board in the past and many others that go through this committee, that most people around the state have no idea how many people step up and serve on boards and commissions that most people never heard of before. That kind of keeps our state functioning, which is really important. A question for you, and you kind of touched upon this a little bit in your answer. The task force that examined the role of the Psychiatric Security Review Board indicated in December 16, 2021 final report that Connecticut is only one of 3 states that has such an entity, and abolishing the board should be considered pursuant to Public Act 22-45, subsection 6. Demus convene a working group to evaluate this and related recommendations. The working group's interim report indicates that the group is continuing to meet on a semi-monthly basis. What are your views on whether the board at all? You know, whether it
And
should be abolished or
I
not?
missed the last part of that.
What are your views on that and whether the board should be abolished or should still continue? I would assume you would have, even though you've only been there a few months, that you would have some strong opinions on that either way.
Okay, it's my understanding that and you mentioned the working group that was to issue, I believe, a report this past January, and they only issued
I think interim recommendations. Yep.
I think they just issued an interim report
Report,
that
right.
basically said we need more time, and I think they've got more hearings through April. So I'd like to see what they have to say first before I kind of step over that that line. But it's my feeling that having now worked at least through 5 hearings with very talented, intelligent, diverse group of people on this board, that everybody takes their job very seriously and I feel very privileged to be working with them. I mean, I can't get into what we, discuss obviously in executive session, but people take their job very seriously. They take the charge of the board very seriously, that being the protection of society and also the well-being of the equity. I think we've got a really good group of people on the board. I'm anxious to see what the working group comes up as an alternative. I may have some comments after that, but what we've got here seems to have worked pretty darn good. The recidivism rate, I am told, is I think it's been 0 for several years. I think since 1994, when the board might have been started keeping data on that, I think there have been no felony arrests, but I know for the last several years there's been no recidivism. So that's.
No, thank you. I appreciate it. And, as chair, I think it's something that's going to, because of the interim report and then subsequent recommendations, is something that'll be coming your way at some point while
I'm sure will.
in the midst of doing all that you're doing as well.
Right.
And all right, well, I have other questions. I'll probably hold off till the other, we have somebody else who's been nominated as well. But if I have other further questions, I will come back to you. Thank
Okay.
you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Yakarino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Pepper, for stepping up and
Good morning.
filling this important role. I have a few questions, and I'm not, forgive me for my ignorance. I don't know how many members are on the board, Psychiatric Review Board.
So there are 6 according to the statute. There's one lawyer. I'm the lawyer, at least interim. There's a psychiatrist, psychologist, victim, someone with victim advocate experience, someone with parole or probation experience, and then a representative of the community.
It makes,
I think that was 6.
that was my
right?
next question, the makeup of
I was
which is, I
hoping
think,
somebody would
seems to be pretty appropriate for all different aspects. And it's every 2 years, I think you said, for reevaluation. Why?
Well, it's not a
That's-
reevaluation. It's what we do is according to the statute, we get an update every 6 months. We don't, and we don't have to have a hearing on that.
The hearings, I apologize. Yeah.
Every 2 years, according to statute, we have a hearing and the caregivers come in, testify. We have the latest report on how the equity is doing, and that's by statute.
And I would guess it's either involuntary or voluntary folks that are seeking help or in waiting, or either through being arrested or just being instituted.
So under the statute, the statute's dealing just with the PSRB, the Psychiatric Security Review Board. It is only acquittees,
Okay.
people who have been found not guilty by reason of insanity at the Superior Court in a criminal case. So we don't deal with anyone else with any kind of mental disease or defect who've
Okay.
come into the system any other way than through the Superior Court criminal case found not guilty by reason of insanity.
And then there's activities throughout the day, either depending on the age, it's either schooling, some sort of physical activity, you know.
I think that, and I don't know that much about their daily routines, and one of the things I'm going to do very soon is ask for a tour of the facilities. I've already taken some training that some of the providers take, but there are levels of security in Middletown.
Right.
Whiting Forensic Hospital is the maximum security hospital where most of the people, when they first come into the system, are housed as they work through the system and as their mental health is established and treated. They can be stepped down to the Dutcher facility, which is a less secure facility. Once at Dutcher, they may be allowed temporary leaves out into the community, or even to be released to the community, which means that they're now outside the hospital and they're getting treatment and they're living on their own outside the hospital. They're still under the jurisdiction of the board, but they're now living outside the hospital.
I appreciate that, but I just wanted to know their daily, if you knew, and maybe you don't know, their daily routine. That's all I wanted to know. And it probably would help, because when you evaluate, anybody evaluates, you want to know what they're doing throughout the day. You know, hopefully keep their mind getting it stronger, getting physically, active in some way. You're not here for that, but I would hope that would be somebody's role. I mean, they just can't sit in a bed all day and take medication.
I know that some of them are employed in the hospital. I don't know. I really can't speak to their daily routines. So.
It'd be nice to know that, but it's a tough job. You're volunteering for the most part. I really appreciate you stepping up, and we need more volunteers. So,
You're welcome.
thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Pepper, or
Good
good
afternoon.
morning, Mr. Pepper, sorry. My questions, you've only been there since December and
December.
no other experience or time on the board prior to that?
No, no, I have some experience appearing before the board some
Okay.
years ago as a prosecutor representing the state.
Understood, okay.
But no, I never, no.
Okay, is Vanessa Cardella still the executive director there?
She's seated right behind me.
Okay, thank you. We've exchanged emails and letters. So regarding the questions that I have regarding the review boards is the release of Tyree Smith. You were not on that board, but this is a person about 10 years ago, a Bridgeport man, who killed a homeless individual and ate the eyeballs of that homeless person while drinking sake. And recently, he was, and let me just set the table a little bit more. So he was found not guilty for reasons of insanity and ordered and committed to 60 years at Whiting under the purview of the board. Now, this past year, I believe, 2023, he was released to the community, and I'm assuming it was a third party. So I guess maybe Vanessa probably could answer this, but how does the board come about to answering or releasing someone who after, committed such a crime, cannibalistic, and it's to be specific, how does someone of this mentality get released into the public?
So I don't have any experience with Mr. Smith's case, but the board as set up by the statute is not punitive. It's not incarceration. It is supposed to be rehabilitative according to the statutes. And not specific, I don't want to specifically comment on Mr. Smith's case because I assume that's going to come up. If I am appointed, it will probably come up while I'm there. And I would assume at some point in time, the board found that his mental state was under control with either medication or treatment or both, that he did not pose a risk to the community. I am speculating, I don't know. But that is how someone can be. You said released. Was he released to the community or was he, do you know if he was discharged?
I believe released.
Okay, so he's
No,
probably,
discharged,
I'm sorry?
released.
No, discharge is different. Discharge is only, the court can only discharge someone from
Okay.
the board. Community release, as I mentioned, is the equity is still under the auspices of the board. We're still monitoring them, but they are released to the community, and they are still getting treatment. They are they're in the community with certain conditions. So I really can't speak to Mr. Smith's case, but I can only speculate, and that's usually how someone is.
Assuming
released.
and I believe the information that I received was that he's under supervision in the community,
Mhm.
and he is under medication. And what assurances, I guess, if we'll use that as that he is being supervised and under medication, but what supervision does he have other than and I don't know how it's administered, the medicine, I don't know if it's overseen. How do you make sure that he maintains or stays on this medicine?
Well, oftentimes as a part of the community release program or requirements, the medication is administered in the presence of a caregiver, a nurse, or what have you. I can't speak to Mr. Smith's case directly. I don't know anything
Okay.
about it.
Perhaps is there, maybe you can, when you get to the board and you are the chair, perhaps we should be reviewing some of the statutes that allow a board to release, I don't know if that's the right terminology, but into the public, particular this type of crime. He was sentenced to 60 years in Whiting with observation. And it was, and now under the jurisdiction of the board
Mhm.
to determine what happens to him. It just seems to me that this crime was something that the board, I feel like the board is not doing its job, and part of that job is to be providing public safety. And I know some of the statutes were changed a few years back, and prior to the statute changing, its responsibility was for the public, to protect the public. But in releasing this individual, and I don't know all the details of the case, but to me, to this severity of a crime, I guess questions that come to my mind, having dealt with prior board, parole board, where a police officer from one in Plainville, a town that I represent, when I was first here 10 years ago, he was granted parole. He shot a police officer. And when I heard about it, I was a senior in college when it happened, but fast forward and here I am in the Senate, and I couldn't believe that this convict, this murderer, was being granted parole, but not released yet. We found that there were flaws in the system, flaws of notification, such as the victim's family members were not notified about the hearing. We learned that the parole board did not even review his file when they granted him a hearing. So I would ask that, and through that process, we were able to get a rescission on the parole board's decision. A new hearing had taken place, and he's today remains in jail. Now, I'd like to think that you would review this case and maybe provide us some guidance whether or not some statutes need to change to minimize the risk to the public, particularly in decisions like this. From an optical point of view, from where I sit, that somebody who did this type of crime is most likely is insane, but to be released out into the public based on the fact, okay, he's under medication and he's okay now, I don't necessarily buy that. What happens if the moment he stops taking his medicine? And who's going to guarantee that he's been watched, that he's okay, and that medication is still working, he's still all right? How do we know that? How do we know that he's not getting involved in something else in the community? You're not you're just the messenger, I guess, today.
Well, I share your concerns. However, and like I said, I can't speak for the board that took action on Tyree Smith, but given the structure of the statutes that written by the legislature, I can only assume that the board followed the strictures of the statute and the procedures, and that Mr. Smith was released under certain conditions. Like I said, I do not want to speculate on Mr. Smith.
Mr. Pepper, I understand. What I'm asking you is for your board to review those statutes and suggest to us or recommend to us statutes that would better protect the public safety.
I'll take it under advisement.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Looney.
Good morning, Senator Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Pepper, and
How are you?
congratulations on your nomination. So we haven't crossed paths recently, but I remember you very well from the GA in New Haven in the 1980s when I was new to practicing law, and you were a new young GA prosecutor back in those days.
I was much newer.
We both were. Thank you for your interest in continuing public service after your retirement as a prosecutor. One thing I would like to ask you about is if you're aware, obviously some people who are judged to be severely mentally ill, and they're not criminals in the sense they're not convicted of a crime. Their case is disposed of by a finding of that they are in effect too impaired to actually be held accountable, and that's why they are institutionalized rather than imprisoned. Do you know how many people there are, how frequent it is that someone winds up being institutionalized for a longer period of time, perhaps, than he could have been sentenced to serve if he had been sentenced through the normal system without having been designated as so impaired as to be routed to institutionalization rather than the correction system?
I don't have that data, Senator. I'm sorry.
It's sort of like the one flew over the cuckoo's nest syndrome. But Another thing I'd like to just to ask also is that there are a number of states have adopted so-called the outpatient civil commitment proceedings, and we're one of the ones that have not. Do you have any views on that in terms of the possible intervention with people who are not doing well in society, perhaps off their medications, perhaps not getting benefit from their medications and declining to take them? And these are often people who then wind up in the criminal justice system, and then sometimes they're found to be so impaired that they are then routed to the institutionalization rather than corrections. But do you have any thoughts, or do you come across that that issue when you were a prosecutor about whether we should be one of the states that allows for that intervention with people
The only
who are
intervention
showing signs of danger in the community?
I'm sorry, the only intervention that I remember coming across was when someone was found 5456D, they were incompetent to stand trial, and the question would occasionally come up that medication would help them become competent, or to at least the stage where they could be declared competent. And there were some times in the past that I know that there were issues in court about medicating someone who refused to do that, and that's a very tough question to get into. I know that people have very diverse views on that. That's really not something within the purview of the board, or something that we would be sitting on. That the question you generally ask, Senator, but having someone medically given medication against their will rubs some people the wrong way. It rubs me the wrong way a bit too.
I understand. That's why it's been so controversial here, that I know many medical providers would argue that it would undermine the confidence in the doctor-patient relationship in some cases, and by coercing people in against their will. On the other hand, I know that a number of probate judges have said that it would be helpful to help people to be able to become stabilized if they're not functioning well in the community because they are really resistant to treatment, or whatever the circumstance might be. But it continues to be a challenge. To Senator Martin's earlier question, or a corollary of that, talking about the horrendous case of somebody who had engaged in a form of cannibalism, but isn't it also true that somebody who engaged in a horrendous act, particularly one that would draw public attention, it's possible that that person, after a period of time, could be restored to health and potentially be considered for release perhaps earlier than someone whose initial crime was not as severe and didn't draw public attention, or was not notorious, but could still be dangerous in a way that the other person might be judged not to be
Of course,
over time.
of course, everyone is different. Their treatment paths could be different. Their acceptance of treatment can be different. Each case is looked on individually, and the board looks on each case individually. And when you say released, I mean, there's, I assume community released, which the board has
Right.
jurisdiction over. Some people sometimes confuse that with discharge, which is just strictly the court can do. But yes, I agree.
Because I know it is an extraordinarily difficult in some cases. I know that some defense counsel some years ago were saying that, well, we would be reluctant in some cases to have our clients plead. This came in the context of sexual assault cases, where some of the defense bar were concerned that if their client were judged to be a continuing risk based upon evaluation once he was imprisoned, that the possibility existed for the person at the end of his sentence to be transferred, to be institutionalized at that point, to have a further hearing on his continued dangerousness. And I know that some counsel were saying, well, I don't know whether I can in good faith tell my client to accept a plea bargain because I can't promise him that he's going to be actually released at the end of his sentence, because he might then be subject to reinstitutionalization in a different context. And I don't know if you ever came across that in your practice as a prosecutor or since then.
I have not.
But I know that the way that was handled was with the requirement that, yeah, we have the provision here that somebody has to be examined every 2 years, and that can be a hearing where any information in favor of deinstitutionalization or release at that point can be brought back, and that the burden is on the institution to keep the person in at that hearing rather than the other way around, so that there's a continuing obligation to demonstrate continued dangerousness.
Yes.
Good. Well, thank you very
Well,
much. And again,
I don't,
thank
can
you
I
for your willingness to serve.
just to, I don't think it's, the hospital's goal to demonstrate continued dangerousness. I think the hospital provides us with a risk assessment, and the reports that I've seen so far seem to be fair, given that we're also allowed to then cross-examine, so to speak, the caregivers at the hearings. And we've got some very talented questioners on the board right now that get right down to the issues. We've got a couple of people that I would put up against some of the best of the New Haven bar on cross-examination. So anyways, that's
Good.
all I had to say on that.
Yeah. Do you have any statistics on what percentage of people who are institutionalized as an alternative to prison because they're found to be mentally incompetent to stand trial or be held criminally accountable for the offense that they commit? How many, if you know, how many ultimately get released at some point, or how many end their lives in institutionalization?
I have data here that doesn't answer the question. I can tell you how many people were discharged each year since 1985. I've got it by year. I know that in 2023, 7 people were discharged. 2 ended their commitment, and 2 were discharged because their application for discharge was approved. And it appears, just running up the list, it looks like it runs about between 6, 7, 8 people get discharged each year for either finishing their commitment or their application for discharge is approved.
I see. All right. And how many people are usually in the facility at any given time?
Right now, at the figure as of 1 week ago today, I have that data, was 135.
100
Not in the facility, 135 people under the jurisdiction of the board.
under jurisdiction.
I
Okay.
can't tell you how many people are in the hospital. There
I see.
are other.
But that
people
135 would include those in the hospital and those under supervision in the community in some way.
Yes, that includes people on community release and people in Dutcher and people in Whiting. Anybody under the condition, anybody under the jurisdiction of the board.
Good. Well, good. Well, thank you very much. And again, thank you for your willingness to do this.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator. Any other questions or comments from committee members? Oh, I see one online. Representative Figueroa had her hand up.
Thank you and good morning, everyone. I'm sorry I'm not able to attend, but I'm enjoying learning what this board does. So, Mr. Pepper, I want to start by saying thank you so much for stepping up. I am sure this is not an easy task. I am sure this is nothing, easy to be taken up to. For that, I want to thank you. I do have a few questions for you. My first one will be, it is my understanding that the board consists of 6 members, right?
Yes.
Okay, I would like to know, I'm curious to know as to how often do you guys have to meet, or does your board meet only when you have a case hearing?
So under the statute, we meet twice a month.
Okay. And once you guys meet, is it just to go over policies or practices, or is it just to discuss cases? What happens during your meetings?
Sure. So usually there are anywhere between 5 and I'll say 7 cases put down. Many of them are put down for the routine 2-year, I'll say, assessment. Some of them are put down because there's a request for temporary leave by the equity. There's some of them are there because there's a motion for discharge or community release, or a modification of their community release. Pretty much all of them entail a hearing. We hear from the caregivers, the psychiatrists, psychologists, social workers. The state and the public defender get to ask questions. The board asks questions, and then following that, we meet we being the board meet in executive session to take action on any applications or requests.
Thank you. And just to follow that, it is my understanding, as you may have been saying, that the board may approve temporary reliefs or conditional release. So what factors determine this privilege, or this rights to these individuals? And once they are given, whether a temporary release or a conditional one, is there any supervision that follows then?
Okay, so
Or,
let me, sure, I didn't mean to interrupt.
I apologize. No, go ahead.
Okay, so the statute says, and it's right in the statute, a person who should be conditionally released means an acquittee who has psychiatric disabilities or has intellectual disability to the extent that his final discharge would constitute a danger to himself or others, but who can be adequately controlled with available supervision and treatment on conditional release. That's what we look at when we're talking about somebody who is conditionally released. Those are the words right from the statute. Temporary leave is a little different. Whereas conditional release, the person is no longer a patient of the hospital. They are getting their medications, their care outside the hospital grounds. Temporary leave, the person is still a patient at the hospital. They're essentially staying at the hospital, but temporary leave means that they have the right to go off hospital grounds and visit their family, take advantage of some programs off grounds. This is done with supervision by the hospital, and it's usually a step taken before community release is considered.
And when you said this is hospital supervised, how does that supervision take place?
For the temporary leave?
Yes.
Well, they're still patients at the hospital. They pretty much stay at the hospital. They can have overnights at facilities that
Yeah.
are approved by the state, but they're always with some kind of supervision, whether an outside caregiver or someone from the hospital are with them.
Okay, I understand. Thank you so much for answering. And my last question will be, it is my understanding that the law specifies that the board's primary concern is to protect society. So how will you, as a member of this board, will balance those concerns against the rights of these individuals?
Well, the legislature did amend the law last year under Public Act 2245 to take into consideration also the well-being of the equity. All I can say is the last 5 hearings where I have sat, and I've said this before in this hearing, the members of the board take their responsibility very seriously. And they understand the ramifications of someone with mental illness in the community who is not properly supervised, who is not taking their medications. And as I said before, the recidivism rate for people who have been put on community release has been 0 for years.
Mhm.
It is a judgment call. You have some very talented people on the board, and the past track record of the board, I think is pretty good. I can't speak for it for very long in the past, but what I know, what statistics I know about, and what I've learned in the past couple of months, I am confident that the board is faithful to the statutes that the legislature has enacted.
Thank you. I do trust the confidence that you just expressed, towards the rest of the board. And I do want to wish you good luck. And again, thank you for stepping up to this board. I yield the floor, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
You're welcome, and thank you.
All right, thank you, Representative. Any other questions or comments from committee members? Let me just check online. Seeing none, we have one last question that we ask every nominee. Is there anything in your past that you believe might prove embarrassing to this committee, to the governor, or to the state of Connecticut?
No.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you spending the time and answering questions for us.
Thank you. Can I go?
You can.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, can I leave the?
You can.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
I've never done this before.
All right. Next up on the agenda is item number 2, which is House Joint Resolution for Review, which is the nomination of the Honorable Peter L. Brown of Hamden to be appointed to the Judicial Review Council. I believe Judge Brown is joining us via Zoom. There he is.
There we go. Thank
Good.
you all very much. Thank you.
Good morning, Judge. If you can do me a favor and raise your right hand.
Of course.
Do you promise, swear, and affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Wonderful. The floor is yours for any opening comments you might have.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman Concepcion and Duff, Vice Chair Looney and Godfrey, ranking members Yacarino and Kelly, and distinguished members of the Executive Nominations Committee. My name is Peter Brown, and I'm honored to have been nominated by Governor Lamont to serve on the Judicial Review Council, and I would also like to thank you for permitting me to do this remotely today. I have been a judge of the Superior Court for the past 19 years, having been nominated by Governor Jody Rell in 2004. Prior to my appointment to the bench, I served in the United States Army Judge Advocate General's Corps for 4 years with a tour of duty in Saudi Arabia during Operation Desert Shield, Desert Storm. I worked in the Office of the Attorney General in Hartford from 1993 to 2004. Since my appointment to the bench, I've been assigned to preside over criminal matters in the geographical area courts in Waterbury, New Haven, Derby, and Milford. I was assigned to be the presiding judge for the Superior Court for Juvenile Matters in New Haven between 2007 and 2013. I was assigned as the administrative judge for the Ansonia Milford Judicial District, as well as the presiding judge for criminal matters in the Judicial District between 2018 and 2023. And since September of last year, I've been assigned to the New Haven Judicial District as a Part A criminal trial judge. Now, the work of the Judicial Review Council is essential to ensuring accountability of judges, family support magistrates, and workers' compensation commissioners who hear and adjudicate legal proceedings across our state. It is also essential to ensuring that each of these complaints are thoroughly investigated and that the judges, the magistrates, and the compensation commissioners are afforded notice and opportunity to be heard regarding these complaints. In so doing, the council carries out its mission to promote public confidence in the courts and the integrity and independence of the judiciary by ensuring high standards of judicial conduct on and off the bench. If approved, it will be an honor for me to serve on the council. Again, I would like to thank you for this opportunity to appear before you, and I'm ready to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Judge Brown, and thank you for your willingness to serve. Thank you for everything you've done in Hamden and for this in the state and for the country. Do you believe that the council has been historically effective? And if not, is there anything that you would try to do to improve it?
So I'll work backwards from that. I've been serving in an interim capacity since December of this year. I can tell you about the dedication that the 12 members of the council have to doing an appropriate job in investigating all complaints that are made with regard to judges, magistrates, and workers' compensation commissioners, thoroughly investigating them, thoroughly giving the complainant as well as the respondent an opportunity to be heard and making a thorough and thoughtful decision with regard to those matters. So, you know, at this point, having only served since December, I don't have any recommendations that I can give you today in terms of any improvements. I think the council is doing what they are expected to do pursuant to their statutory charge, and I look forward to continue to be a part of that process.
Great. And again, understanding that you've only been serving since December, do you know what the typical turnaround time is from when a complaint is made to when a decision is made?
Well, let me tell you this. Every other day, I receive emails with regard to every other day, may be an exaggeration, but I receive on a frequent basis the information with regard to a complaint that we're going to hear at an upcoming meeting of the council. We meet once a month, and we generally meet remotely, but I believe we have 3 or 4 meetings that are scheduled to be done in person. So all that information is provided. So at the first time that we're being presented with the complaint, we get all the basic information about what's involved in the complaint. Our executive director, Mr. Dunn, will give us an understanding about what the complaint is about, and he will then set about doing an investigation to gather more information for us. So at the next meeting, what we normally will have gotten in between those meetings will be more detailed information, will probably be an audio recording from a court proceeding. There may be more documentation that's provided. And we may even at that point have information from the judge, the magistrate, or the workers' compensation commissioner giving some additional information. So when you talk about turnaround time, I think between meetings, we try to move fairly expeditiously to make a decision as to whether we will dismiss the matter for a finding of no judicial misconduct, or whether we need further information or need to go further. So I can't nail down a specific time frame for you. Is it a month, 2 months? But it's done fairly quickly.
And I appreciate that. I might have another question or two later on after my colleagues go, but with that, I'll turn it over to Chairman Duff.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, now 12:03. Good afternoon, Judge. Good to see
Good
you.
afternoon. Thank you. Same here.
Good, and thanks for willing to serve, and congratulations on the nomination.
Thank you.
I guess I want to ask 2 questions, and certainly understanding your newness on the board, or the review council, I should say. One of is almost a little basic in the sense that, you know, judicial review council is, you're hearing stuff of your colleagues, which is probably never fun to have to kind of wade through. It's a little bit like internal affairs, I guess. What makes you really want to, I know you certainly care about the integrity of the court and the judiciary. What's the burning desire to kind of serve on this when it's, it can be rough, I would imagine, hearing complaints about your colleagues.
Well, thank you for the question, Senator. I guess what I would say is, it's an honor for the governor to nominate me for this. I think it's an incredible responsibility that's placed upon all 12 members of the council. We all bring various experience and disciplines to the table. The one that I think I bring is, in November, I will be a judge for 20 years here in the state of Connecticut. And so I've had an opportunity to be on the bench, to see exactly day in and day out what judges encounter, how my colleagues behave, have interactions with people, so that I have that experiential basis to base my decisions on. And we have a very free-flowing discussion amongst the council members. I think it's enlightening for the judges, for the attorneys, and for the public members, for us all to sort of discuss what we've seen and what we've heard. So it's an honor to do it. I don't know that I'm more equipped than anybody else to sit there and to make these decisions. But I'm honored to have been asked by Governor Lamont to do so, and I'll do the very best I can.
Yeah, thank you, and I'm sure you will. It's I like the process that we have in Connecticut for choosing judges and the whole kind of the process itself, where we have the people submit applications to the Judicial Selection Committee. They come out of that. If they do, that gets voted on by that committee. The governor can then nominate, and then the legislature does its role with the 8-year, you're up every 8 years. And then if there's complaints, it goes to this Judicial Review Council as well. And so there's a process, because as you know, people go to court if they don't feel like they've been heard, or they don't feel like the decision is the right decision. There's issues, and there's a place for the public to have their complaints heard, but there's also a definite process that allows everybody to have an opportunity, an equal opportunity, so it's not slanted one way or the other. And so I do like the process we have here in Connecticut, rather than electing judges and based on a party or based on philosophy, but we go through a pretty exhaustive process, and we also go through a process if there's a complaint as well. But according to the council's most recent annual report of the 139 complaints disposed of during fiscal year 23, most were dismissed, with most common reason being no factual basis after an investigation, which I understand. And the second most common reason for dismissal was statute of limitations. The council issued 3 private admonishments after an investigation and 1 public censure after public hearing. How would you respond to some members of the public who expressed concerns about high dismissal rate and the infrequency in which the council conducts probable cause hearings?
Well, I think to begin with, I want to go back to the process that we use to ultimately determine initially what should be done with a particular complaint. We receive the actual complaint, whether it's 1 page or 1,000 pages or whatever it is. Our executive director does some investigation on his own, brings back some information to the council, and very often the council will say, we need more information. We think we actually need to hear what happened at this proceeding or that proceeding. So we'll get the audio from that proceeding. But that may not be the end of the inquiry either. We may feel that, well, you know what, we have some additional questions now, either for the complainant or for the respondent, for the judge, the magistrate, or the commissioner. And so they'll be given an opportunity to provide the council with that information. So it may be 2-3 meetings before we're ready to take some kind of a vote as to how the matter should be resolved. By the time we come to the vote, we've had a full and fair discussion as to whether there's no evidence of judicial misconduct, which has been my experience now since December, is in large part the conclusion that we've come to on many of these, because ultimately what the complainant is unhappy about and is complaining about, understandably, is a legal issue and not an issue concerning the judge's conduct. So I think it's the nature of what's been filed, I guess, Senator, is the best way I can answer that in
Totally
terms
understand.
of the high rate of dismissal. Now, with regard to the rest of it, obviously, and I haven't done any of these yet, but if the council determines that there is probable cause for a confidential hearing, that's in statute. And then a confidential hearing would be held. And there are various things that that can flow out of the confidential hearing. And then out of that hearing, if there's still a finding of probable cause, we can then proceed to a public hearing. So that's really the best way that I can answer it. We deal with what comes to the council, and we have a very thorough, deliberate discussion about how the matter should be handled.
Right. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I'm not a lawyer. I guess we all of us in this building play one on TV if we're not lawyers. And so we just try and understand the process a little bit better. And we hear a lot of, when judges are put in family court, a lot of times that's very difficult. And I would guess that's where a lot of the complaints may come from. Because again, it's very emotional. It's difficult for folks, but I'm sure there's complaints all over the place, and some are justified, some may not be. But we have a good checks and balance system throughout, which is good. And I think having members of the Judicial Review Council serve and understand that is important. So thank you again for your willingness to serve, and I echo my co-chair's sentiments on thank you for the service to our state and to our nation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Representative Yacarino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Judge Brown, and thank you for the commitment to our country, service, and to our state.
Thank you.
And I think the governor made a good choice, but I do have a couple of questions. The law provides for removal or suspension of a judge for incompetence or other issues. What do you look for? Are you too new, as far as the deficiencies of a judge or what's the complaints?
Well, I am new. I came on in December. So, what I would say is obviously we're now talking at the point where there's been a public hearing and the judge has been found guilty of misconduct. And as you alluded to, there are a number of remedies that the council can look to. I believe they can look to a public censure, a suspension of up to 1 year. And I believe there's also the ability to refer the matter to the Connecticut Supreme Court for a suspension beyond 1 year, and then ultimately a referral to the Supreme Court for removal from the bench. As to what I would look for, I'm really not in a position to comment on that, other than to look at the issue of what was the misconduct that the judge was found guilty of, and then all the council members would thoughtfully deliberate and decide on what is the ultimate disposition here that should be appropriate. I think that's as far as I could go at this point.
I appreciate your honesty and candor. What the makeup of the 12-member panel, is it all attorneys and judges, or is it anybody from the public?
6 members, 6 members of the public, 3
Okay.
judges, and 3 attorneys. So there's 12 of us.
That's a pretty good makeup. And the public, are they chosen by, I don't think we choose them. Are they chosen by the courts?
That's a great question. I'm presuming that they're also nominated by the governor, but I can't tell you that definitively.
They are. I apologize about that. I gotta clarification from Chairman Concepcion. I'm sure you'll do fine. I more than fine. I appreciate you stepping up, and it's, it's something we have to look at and keep the checks and balances of our judicial system. I think it's important. I know I've been here starting my 14th year, and there are a few members that get up on the floor and they find a lot of things wrong with our judges, and ultimately they're confirmed, and I think they are good judges. But for whatever reason, people have grievances, and that's why I think it's important to have this judicial review board to hear flush it out, hear what's actually going on, and hold people accountable if it need be so. So I think I'm done with my questions, but I want to say thank you, sir, for your commitment to our country and to our state. I'm the next sound over. I'm in North Haven.
Oh, very good. Okay, neighbor. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you,
Take care.
Representative Yakarino. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from committee members? Seeing none, Judge Brown, before you go, there's one question we ask of every nominee. Is there anything in your past that you believe might prove embarrassing to this committee, to the governor, or to the state of Connecticut?
No, sir.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you being with us today and answering all our questions.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Take care now.
Have a good day.
You as well.
All right, moving on. I am gonna just change the agenda just a bit and move to item number 4 before item number 3. This is a Senate joint resolution for review, which is the nomination of the Honorable Theodore R. Taima of Derby to be appointed to the Judicial Review Board. And I apologize if I mispronounced your name.
No, you did a good job.
Okay, perfect. Perfect. Do you promise, swear, and affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Wonderful. The
I
floor
just
is
want to
yours.
make one,
Bernie.
one clarification. I'm actually working in Derby, but I'm originally from Ansonia.
Okay, all right.
All right, good morning. Thank you, Chairman Concepcion and Duff, Vice Chairs Godfrey, Looney, Ranking Members Yakarino and Kelly, who I know is not here, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Ted Taima, and it is my honor and privilege to appear before you today in furtherance of Governor Lamont's appointment of me to the Judicial Review Council. I want to express my appreciation to the governor for the appointment. I just want to say I became a judge months before Peter Brown, May of 2004. He became judge in this November of 2004. And although I'm reading this statement, I mean it. My career in public service has exceeded my expectations, and I consider it a privilege every day to interact with the staff members in the courthouse and members of the public and the other judges in my position, something I really enjoy. I read this statement out loud to myself yesterday, and I bored myself with, to be honest with you, with my whole thing. So I'm just going to say, with regard to my assignments, that I had a criminal assignment for 2.5 years in Stanford, and then since 2006, I've been in civil assignments. I've been what I would call a civil line judge. I've been primarily a presiding judge of the civil docket in the Bridgeport and Ansonia Milford judicial districts. I only was the presiding judge 1 year in Bridgeport a couple of years ago. I also was the administrative judge in Bridgeport for a 5-year term from 2009 to 2014. I have had the privilege to participate in the Judicial Branch Speakers Bureau, Read Across America, and welcome classes of students visiting the court. I have served on various judicial committees, including the Committee on Uniformity of Court Procedures, the Bench Bar Foreclosure Committee, Law Library Advisory Committee. I was on the Judges Association in 3 capacities: Secretary, Vice President, and President of the Connecticut Judges Association. And they finally got me to teach at the Institute in 2022, where I presented a course with Judge Pearson on civil protection orders. I said this to somebody recently. I am currently in a position that I've never envisioned myself. I'm one of the more senior trial judges in the state. I believe that my various assignments over the years of judicial service provide me with the knowledge, skills, and experiences to be a proactive and contributing member of the Judicial Review Council. I thank you for the opportunity to be here today, and I look forward to answering any questions.
Thank you very much, Judge, and congratulations on your nomination
Thank you.
and your willingness to serve in, almost 20 years as a judge. That's a great accomplishment. Congratulations on that. Have you attended any meetings already for?
So same as Peter Brown.
Okay, so it's December. Okay. And I'll ask, I guess, the same question. In your history, do you believe the council has been an effective tool throughout the state.
Right, so I'm gonna, so first of all, Peter Brown was very articulate. I'm not gonna be quite that way. So I've said to a bunch of people, and I'm gonna say to this committee, I have actually been unbelievably surprised at how good, and I'm not just saying this, at how good this committee is. And this committee is conscientious, it's investigative, it's reasoned. It has an unbelievable executive director in Kevin Dunn. It has an unbelievable chairperson in Stephanie Robers. And I gotta say, here's the public confidence. The 6 non-lawyer, non-judge members of this committee they get it, and they've impressed me. And I've only been on 3 meetings, but they've impressed me unbelievably, to be honest with you. So my answer to that question.
That's great. And, to follow up, Representative Yacarino's last question, I mean, the fact that there are 6, or just non-lawyers,
And
non-attorneys,
only 3
non-judges,
judges.
that's fantastic. I think it's a great makeup here in the state. I don't really have any other questions. I'll turn it over to Representative Yacarino if he has any.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really don't either because we asked them earlier, but we really want to just say thank you for stepping up. I do want to, you worked in Bridgeport. Did you know Judge Doyle?
Sure. I went, well, so Judge,
I'm friends with him.
so Senator Looney and Judge Doyle, and I'm going to proudly say this, went to Notre Dame West Haven. So I know
Judge
you're from
Doyle's
North
Notre
Haven. Yeah. So yes, I do know.
And Judge Spader. So,
Yeah.
yeah, I've been friends with the Doyles forever.
No, I know.
But
He's,
no,
he's
ju-
younger than me though, Kevin. He's a little younger.
Yeah, he's younger. Yeah, he's younger than me, probably by 8-10 years. But no, thank you for stepping up. It's an important role, like I said earlier, because we've heard certain legislators really complain about people, but it's just because they don't care for them or a broader problem, and it's generally not the broader problem. But you'll be there for that. See if there is that to protect. So thank you. That's all. And good luck.
Thank you. I appreciate
Appreciate it.
those
Oh,
comments.
well, I do have somebody texted me, said you live in Trumbull. Is it Trumbull or
Trumbull. No, I live in Trumbull.
Okay.
But I was from Ansonia.
I said it has to be the office because what's the difference? I don't know. I said. All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr.
Absolutely. I see Senator Kelly has his hand up.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I have more of a comment than any questions. I've had the privilege and opportunity to practice before Judge Kaima, and my experience has been that he is an excellent judge, has a firm understanding and knowledge of the law, but more importantly, very thorough, very practical. He is fair and impartial. And that is what we really need in this position, is somebody who understands the law, but also understands how to break it down and to look at the issues that are presented and then come to a fair and just conclusion. There's nobody better, in my experience in practice, than Judge Kaima. And I just wanted to put that on the record and, of course, say good morning to the judge.
Good morning, Senator Kelly. And of course, the respect I have for you, and those comments mean a lot to me.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Any other questions or comments from committee members? Seeing none, Judge Kaima, before you go, there's one question we ask of every nominee. Is there anything in your past that you believe might prove embarrassing to this committee, to the governor, to the state of Connecticut? No. Wonderful. Thank you very much. Thanks for spending your morning into the afternoon with us. Have a great day.
Thank you for your time and thank you for serving on this committee. I appreciate it.
All right, last but certainly not least, we'll go back up to item number 3, which is a Senate resolution for review, which is the appointment of Owakana Hirota of Berlin to be appointed as a member of the Psychiatric Security Review Board. If you can just raise your right hand. Do you promise, swear, and affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much. The floor is yours for any opening comments you might have.
Sure. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chairman Duff and Conception, Vice Chairman Looney and Godfrey, Ranking Members Zuccario and Kelly, and distinguished members of the Executive Nominations Committee. Good afternoon. My name is Wakana Hirota. It is with a profound sense of humility and honor that I stand before you today, following Governor Ned Lamont's nomination for the role of public member on the Psychiatric Security Review Board. My journey to this moment has been both diverse and enriching. Born and raised in the vibrant city of Tokyo, Japan, my formative years were steeped in a culture that values the collective over the individual. At the age of 13, my family's relocation to the beautiful island of Hawaii marked the beginning of a new chapter, one that saw me complete my high school education amidst its stunning landscapes. My path has since taken me through Massachusetts and Michigan, finally bringing me to Connecticut in year 2003, where I have made my home and dedicated the last 17 years to serving a nonprofit agency in various capacities, now reporting directly to the CEO. This blend of cultural experiences has instilled me in a unique perspective on the delicate balance between individual rights and societal good, a balance I have been passionate about navigating throughout my career. My work has predominantly involved supporting children within the state system and their caregivers, ranging from birth parents and foster care providers to those in group homes and community-based services. In addition, my oversight of several Department of Developmental Services programs has allowed me to contribute to the lives of individuals striving for independence, including the recent launch of an initiative for independent apartment living. In my private practice, I encounter individuals grappling with trauma, depression, and anxiety, aiding them in understanding their narratives within the broader context of community, safety, and personal autonomy. My academic pursuit of a self-designed major in ethics and religion and philosophy was driven by a desire to explore the ethical dilemmas that have always intrigued me, perhaps a remnant of my Japanese upbringing where such questions are often left unasked. Since joining the Psychiatric Security Review Board, I have been deeply impressed by the commitment and expertise of my fellow members, treatment providers, and the rigorous process in place to ensure community safety while facilitating the reintegration of individuals into society. Every case presents a unique story, deserving of our unwavering dedication and commitment to navigate the complexities of justice, rehabilitation, and hope. As I stand before you, I am not only honored by the opportunity to contribute to the vital work of the Psychiatric Security Review Board, but also eager to engage in the ongoing dialogue about what constitutes the quote-unquote right approach in the face of tragedy. The prospect of working alongside this exceptional initiative team fills me with excitement and a renewed commitment to our shared goals. I thank you for consideration of my statement today and open to any questions you may have regarding my background or my role with the Psychiatric Security Review Board. Respectfully submitted, Kana.
Thank you very much. I think your background and experience is extremely suited for this particular position. So congratulations on your nomination and your willingness to serve. Again, as I mentioned, I don't think enough individuals in the state understand what the Psychiatric Review Board does, but it certainly has an important function here in the state. So again, your willingness with your experience to serve on the board is very much appreciated here here in the state. So have you been to any meetings, or did you start in December similar
Yes.
to
yes,
Mr. Pepper?
Tomorrow with my 5th one attending.
Okay. And how's it going so far?
Weird to say very good, but very good and just intriguing and delicate. I think all in one, very complicated. I'm amazed with its detailed process. I'm amazed with its commitment. So many providers, community providers really give detailed updates on each individual. They really seem to know them, so committed. I'm just very impressed with every single one of them.
That's great. And what are you hoping to get out of your experience there?
Public safety and individual rights, rehabilitation. For my own sake, just more knowledge, just to learn about process and what could be better. I think everything can be evaluated frequently, learning from each other because all of us have very different expertise.
That's great. Very well said. Might have another question or two, but I'll open it up to my colleagues, starting with Representative Yacarino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your willingness to serve. I'm reading your resume. You are a social worker?
Yes, licensed social worker.
Say it again?
I'm sorry, licensed social worker, yes.
Yeah, I see that you have a practice. And I'm looking at your education. And to me, I think it's a good thing as far as your broadness, as far as masters in arts, but also the ethics about it, and then also social work and social. I think you have a wealth of knowledge to bring to this board, but I asked a question earlier to Mr. Pepper. You should really look at what these men and women are doing throughout the day. You know, he didn't know, and I would hope they're just not medicated, where they're busy and they're some sort of active, either reading or painting or something to keep their mind working in a positive way besides just medication. Does that make
Absolutely.
sense?
Absolutely. And from my understanding, they do have daily treatment goals. And based on the community providers' testimonies, they participate and have to participate, I believe, in individual therapy, group therapies, possibly dual diagnosis, because it's very common that these individuals, suffer with comorbidity. And the progressors are always reviewed, assessed, safety is always assessed. So my understanding is that they do have daily activities, whether they have temporary leave or not. And
And-
they are kept pretty busy.
Right. I think, well, I would hope that the board will at least keep an eye on that, and that, meet a little more frequently or assess more frequently, I should say, than 6 months. 6 months, I think.
So, the quarterly reports are being sent, I believe, to the board every quarterly. So every
Okay.
provider,
Well-
is, I think, writing a report and then be sent to us for review.
Do you see, what do you feel you could bring to the board?
I'm still assessing, and it's very hard to say. I hope my clinical background a little bit, but I'm just in awe with other people's expertise, and they the psychologists, psychiatrists, they have so many more years of experience than I do. So I'm really just absorbing right now and trying to really see where I can be best fit within the dynamic that has already been established and really bring the clinical background.
I think you're clinical, but also the arts and all the other backgrounds. I think that could help somewhat down the road. Just a
Thank you.
different train of thought. But I appreciate your willingness to serve. Did you want to serve, or was the governor reach out, like his office staff reach out to you?
I've always been interested because when I was studying in University of Michigan, I actually interned at the Center for Forensic Psychiatry, where I was a clinician intern providing treatment for not guilty by reason of insanity and for individuals who are incompetent to stand trial. So I've always been interested, and then they reached out to me. So it was just a perfect time.
Well, thank you for your willingness to serve, and thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from committee members? And I'm just looking at Zoom now to see if anybody's raising their hand. Seeing none. We do have one last question. Before you go, there's one question we ask of every nominee. Is there anything in your past you believe might prove embarrassing to this committee, to the governor, to the state of Connecticut?
No.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for spending your morning with us. Congratulations on your nomination, and look forward to your work on the committee.
Thank you so much.
All right, well, that will wrap things up on the public hearing side. So we will adjourn and then immediately convene the committee meeting. All right, we will officially convene the Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee meeting for Thursday, February 22nd, 2024 to order. We have 4 items on the agenda. The first one is the House resolution for review, which is the appointment of Michael A. Pepper of Madison to be appointed as a member of the Psychiatric Security Review Board. Is there a motion?
Move a House favorable.
Motion made by Representative Godfrey. Is there a second? Second by Representative. Well, he's a House member. Yeah. Seconded by Representative Yakarino. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Representative Concepcion.
Yes.
Representative Godfrey.
Yes.
Representative Yakarino.
Yes.
Representative D'Agostino. Representative Figueroa.
Yes.
Representative Gresco.
Representative Gresco votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Nuccio. Representative Perillo. Representative Quinn.
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Vertigliano. Representative Sanchez.
Representative James Sanchez votes yes.
Great. That's your roll.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We will hold the votes open till 3:30 today. Next item on the agenda, we have a House joint resolution, which is the nomination of the Honorable Peter L. Brown of Hamden to be appointed to the Judicial Review Council. Is there a motion?
I move a joint favorable.
Motion made by Representative Godfrey. Is there a second? Second by Chairman Duff. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Duff.
Yes.
Representative Concepcion.
Yes.
Senator Looney. Representative Godfrey.
Yes.
Senator Kelly. Representative Yakarino.
Yes.
Representative D'Agostino. Representative Figueroa.
Yes.
And ma'am, so I can have you on camera.
Representative Figueroa votes yes. Thank you.
Fonfara. Representative Gresco.
Representative Gresco votes yes.
Thank you. Senator Hartley. Senator Kushner. Senator Martin. Senator Moore. Representative Nuccio. Representative Perillo. Representative Quinn.
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Vertigliano. Representative Sanchez.
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Thank you. Senator Summers.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Third item on the agenda, we have the Senate resolution for review, which is the appointment of Wakana Hirota of Berlin to be appointed as a member of the Psychiatric Security Review Board. Is there a motion? Motion made by Chairman Duff. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Senator Martin. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Duff. Senator Looney. Senator Kelly. Senator Fonfara. Senator Hartley. Senator Kushner. Senator Martin. Senator Moore. Senator Summers.
All right, last item on the agenda for today is the Senate joint resolution for review, which is the appointment of the Honorable Theodore R. Taima of Derby to be appointed to the Judicial Review Council. Is there a motion?
I move a joint favorable.
Motion made by Representative Godfrey. Is there a second? For the record, that's correct. The Honorable Theodore R. Tima is from Trumbull and not Derby. Thank you for the clarification. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Representative Yakarino. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Duff. Representative Concepcion,
Yes.
Senator Looney, Representative Godfrey,
Yes.
Senator Kelly, Representative Yakarino, Representative D'Agostino, Representative Figueroa,
Representative Figueroa votes yes.
thank you. Senator Fonfara, Representative Gresco,
Representative Gresco votes yes.
thank you. Senator Hartley, Senator Kushner, Senator Martin, Senator Moore, Representative Nuccio, Representative Perillo, Representative Quinn,
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Representative Rutigliano, Representative Sanchez,
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
thank you. Senator Summers,
All right, that concludes the all the items on the agenda. Our next meeting will be Tuesday, March 5th. So no meetings next week. Tuesday, March 5th at 11 o'clock here in room 1A and via Zoom. With that, we will stand in recess until 3:30 today. Thanks, everyone.
Already happened to sponsor. But he can vote remotely, right? Yeah. Yeah. I'm not muted anymore and I'm putting on the camera after. Oh, do I have to put my face in there? Oh, okay, all right. We have a couple, huh? Theodore Tima to be a member of the Judicial Review Council. Oh, yes. Just 1 second, Rep. Perillo, I'm taking another vote. Can you hear me? Rep. Perillo, can you hear me? I'm taking another vote with Senator Hartley. Oh, wait, where'd she go? I'm ready. Let me take your vote, Rep. Perillo, and then, oh, okay. Maybe we could all vote together. So my video is on that little box. Okay. Theodore Tima, to be a member of Judicial Review. Yeah. Michael Pepper of Madison to be appointed to Psychiatric Security Review. Oops, sorry, that was how. Wakana Hirota of Berlin to be a member of Psychiatric Security Review. Yeah. And lastly, Peter Brown to be a member of Judicial Review. Judicial, yeah. That's it. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Hi, Wendy.
Okay, I couldn't hear you, but let me try this. Try and can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. The Honorable Theodore Tima of Trumbull to be a member of the Judicial Review Council.
Yes.
Michael A. Pepper of Madison to be appointed to the Psychiatric Security Review Board.
Yes.
The next one is Senate only, and the Honorable Peter L. Brown of Hamden to be a member of the Judicial Review Council.
Yes.
That's it. Thanks for visiting.
Thanks, Wendy.
Take care. And
While we appreciate the intent of the
Yeah.
bill, the manner. Does not align with the reporting requirements of the bill of contract.
I'm sideways, I don't think we have. Yes. Timer. And we have. Local corporate. Site security and legal. Yes. That's the house. This one is Senate, like, Wakana Hiruta. Be on the site. Okay. Peter Brown, judicial review. Yes. That's it. And the feedback is two sites. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right. You too. Hi, Senator.
Hello.
One sec, let me just turn on my video. Sorry, I'm sideways.
That's okay.
Okay, I have, I can find my pencil.
No problem.
The Honorable Peter L. Brown of Hamden to be a member of the Judicial Review Council.
Summers votes yes.
The Honorable Theodore Tima of Trumbull to be a member of the Judicial Review Council.
Summers votes yes.
And one more. Wakana Hirota of Berlin to be a member of the Psychiatric Security Review Board.
Summers votes yes.
That's it. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
unmute and video. It's sideways. I don't know how to fix it. Okay. Honorable Theodore Tima of Trumbull to be a member of the Judicial Review Council. Senator Fisher votes yes. That one's House. Wakana Hirota of Berlin to be a member of the Psychiatric Security Review Board. Senator Fisher votes yes. And one more. Peter L. Brown, Honorable Peter L. Brown to be a member of the Judicial Review Council. Senator Fisher votes yes. Hi, Senator.
How you doing?
I'm walking with you. I'll get your votes in under the wire here.
Okay,
Just one sec.
sure.
Just get my video started. Right? Okay, sorry, I'm sideways also. But I'll make sure. I get Can you hear me okay?
I can.
The Honorable Peter L. Brown of Hamden to be a member of the Judicial Review Council.
Is that a Senate?
Yes, it's joint.
Joint? Huh.
Turn you up a little.
Let me. Where is he now? He's in New Haven. Well, I've never been before him. Uh, I'll say yes.
Okay. Next. Wakana Hirota of Berlin to be a member of the Psychiatric Security Review Board.
That's a yes.
And the other for judicial review, Honorable Peter L. Brown of Hamden to be a member of the Judicial Review Council. Oh, wait, I just skipped that one. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's
Sounded familiar.
Theodore Tima.
Theodore Tima of Trumbull to be a member of the Judicial Review Council.
Yeah. At this time, I'm going to not vote
You
on
want
that.
to just abstain?
Yes.
And the other one is just a House resolution, so you're all set.
Good.
Thank you so much, sir.
You bet. Thank you.
I know.
Have a good one.